Good morning from Australia. My name is Matt in a Hat. We are doing some Access gaming today. It's been a long time coming, this particular idea. Thought I would introduce this idea with fantastic mod overhaul, complete world, complete everything with Enderal. This is a full conversion mod for Skyrim, and Skyrim is no longer here. We now have Enderal. This is a great game that I've never finished. This series is all about trying to finish the games never finished. Not only that, but trying to do it in a particular style which I love. Access gaming, or I call it access gaming, and what we're talking about is pick locks, open doors, open chests, open hearts, potentially pickpockets, gain access to things that maybe we shouldn't be having access, that sort of thing. So we're going to be access gaming today, and this will be the first foray into that. Now, we have tried to play Enderal on stream before, and let's say it didn't go, it didn't go super well. That's okay. As we go into it, and know that I am not a good player at anything, let alone Elder Scrolls. So we might have some troubles here and there, but we might imagine a bit of Groundhog Day that this character might be experiencing. That might be a theme that comes up here as he dies and then just gets put back right where he was a few moments ago, and he's like, wait, what? Wasn't I here before? So yeah, we might have some of those themes going on. We are trying a different overlay today, as you might see. But this is a massive game, like great game. You want full immersion as much as possible. You're gonna see chat. So that's there. But we wanted to see much of the game possible. I do still have there. Over there we still have our banner, guys, followers and subscribers. With that, I think we should get into the game. Good. Can we hear everything? Okay, we can't. I have to mess with volumes here. Let's start a new game. All right, so this section will serve as like a tutorial section, bit of a dream, you could say, having. Haven't met, but a chance to start to get to know beautiful art and uh like to like sure that there's I should say forewarning you are ready. If you are not 18 plus, are some tests when you're think it should anyway. As Skyrim should have that tags hard code. Being that this is section, I'm just gonna be looking at it afterward. Beat life. Even the ash people populating this time they killed part of the by doing as everyone knows. Strength of the beaten as we are living, time in which fellows seen as barbaric settle animal. Clearly need more than one copy. Played Skyrim. Isn't Skyrim. Okay? So, the story, the world, people, not Skyrim. Engine, powering it. 3. O Lord, O Maker, I can hear you calling, feel your love, sacrifice. Without you, I am nothing. Currents of time, a sheep without shepherd. Free me. Give to my wife and children. Deliver me from my pain. Bless us. Everlasting.
Oh, hey there. I didn't see you coming. So, how did it go? Did you find it? No? Pity. Maybe you're simply looking in the wrong places. Did you ever think of that? Oh, who knows? Say, why don't you go inside and see if you can help Mommy with the cooking? The Creator was kind to us today and sent a big fat elk right in front of my bow. All right?
Right, Dad. Daddy's savory meat pie. Pounds of minced meat, jar of flour, handful of garlic, ground wisp, jar of meat broth, and a... Alright, chat. Get real.
My, I totally forgot what a mess I left here. But I was right, wasn't I? A real gem we've got here. Well then, let's waste no more time and get to it, shall we?
What about Mommy and Sister?
What? Now would you look at that? I totally forgot about them. They're dead, don't you remember? You murdered them back then, both of them. But hey, no use crying over spilled milk, right? At least this means there's more meat for the two of us. You still remember how to do this, right? First, off with the skin. Slice up the belly, then out with the entrails. I'll look for a nice sharp knife in the meantime to cut off the head. I don't think either of us wants to eat that, do we?
I didn't kill them, Daddy. It was the masked men.
Oh, silly, what's this again? We both know that's a lie. You did it. I remember it all. First, you set this horrible fire to your sister's crib. She screamed and screamed, and Mommy heard it, but when she finally got there, nothing was left of her but burnt flesh. And, oh gosh, do we really need to go through this again? You know how sad it makes me when you do this. You killed them, period. No matter how often you tell me you didn't, it changes nothing. You hear me? Nothing. Now please, let's start cooking. I'm so bloody damn hungry.
I didn't kill them, Daddy. The masked
By the
men.
Creator's name, why are you telling these lies? Isn't it enough that you murdered us? Do you really have to bother me over and over with your stupid, pathetic, and pointless whining? You know, sometimes I wish the Creator would have made me just a little less merciful. Just a little less pious. Because then I would have realized that you were tainted by sin long before any of this had ever happened. And instead of raising you, feeding you, and loving you like a father does, I would have put you in the horse trough right after you were born. Yes, I should have killed you. I should have just killed you. Just like you killed us. And now, you think you're safe because we're all under the earth, don't you? Well, listen up, my child. You are wrong. And do you know why? Because the dead don't forget. Do you hear me? The dead don't forget. Now enough of this useless chatter. I'm bloody starving. Bring me the meat, you spoiled brat. Bring it to me. Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat. Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat! Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat! Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat! Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat!
Let's begin with a question. It might sound simple to you at first, but I pray you to think about it. What distinguishes a free man from a slave? For now, however, let us start this story where another one ended 3 years ago, with the death of the Lightborn. For 4,000 years they had reigned over this world, 7 arcanists who, through their magic, had acquired eternal life. In a time of chaos, they gave mankind what they thought it needed most: to be ruled over with an ironclad, fair hand. Within just 1 century, they united the shattered lands, and a single century later, their human origin was forgotten. They became gods, or Lightborn, as they let themselves be worshipped as. Yet the longer they reigned, the louder the voices grew that accused them of tyranny. The loudest being that of Naranzul Aranthiel. And he succeeded in achieving what was once thought impossible. He gathered an army, overturned the Lightborn, and gave back freedom to mankind. However, the price for this was high, because where there are gaps of power, fights erupt. As such, this world grew into what it is today, shattered, riven, and broken into pieces. But all of this was merely a diversion, so that no one would notice something else. The death of the Lightborn had set something into motion, a clockwork. Having long stood still, its gears now once again slowly began to turn. This is the story of someone who wanted to be free.
Shh, hey, quiet, damn it. You wanna wake up the entire ship or what? Well, sorry. That was a bit harsh. I'm just nervous, that's all. It was that dream again, wasn't it?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Seriously, if we had a penny for every night since we met where you woke up screaming, we'd probably be traveling to Enderal in our own starship and... well, not like this. Some things never change, I guess. Do you ever ask yourself if maybe you blame yourself for all of this? For what happened to your family, I mean?
Nonsense. Bastards. Not me.
As determined as ever. I guess you're right. But... who knows? Maybe everything is going to be different now. It's strange, isn't it? The way life sometimes goes. Now, if you had told me that a few weeks ago, I would have at the very least called you insane. But if the stories are true, there's no better place for a fresh start. Can you believe it? Apparently there aren't even any slaves on Enderal. It's amazing. Only this whole blind passenger thing is making my head ache.
Me too. Going to pay our debt as soon as we have earned some.
We're talking about 500 pennies here. Even if we're able to find a job over there, we will still need the money for ourselves. Don't fool yourself.
What we're doing here is theft. Unfortunately. But anyway, what's done is done. I just hope the Endralians are easier on Outlanders than the Neremes are. Your mother was a fugitive as well, wasn't she? Where exactly did she come from? You've told me 100 times, but I just keep on forgetting it.
Not wrong. Who do people felt of Kilean? Aliens are deemed as blessed. Among other things, half Kilean start with a rhetorics carrying sleight of hand. Also be half elf. With element half arrow. Light arm. What? Reset. Their skin. Dark. Do you think, chat? Dull? Do we lighter or darker brown? As far. Oh my. Voice is going in and out. Not sure what I can do about that. Sorry. Or making an I think very depth, color, or types. Do want don't really maintain in with in air. Look at the oh uh we want like super uh even we want to go. That's not at all. less kempt. Also, it depends how much hair on the face we want. A bit more, this is a bit fuller. Have like 3. This one. That one. Two. I don't like 3 as much. That sort of unkempt look. Change the color to a bit. Definitely change the hair as well. And what we want is something practical, easy to keep. Looks natural. Or like someone who lived off the... What about a front braid? Back braid doesn't make back like. Side braids. Actually, don't just like pink back. Style. I think I'm leaning towards like side braid. Like this. It doesn't go all the way to the root, like haphazard, but made an attempt. What do you think, Jet? I think this is pretty good. He's rough, but not too rough. Keeps his hair sort of. Just sort of where it's getting a bit crazy sides, he gives it a quick braid. Nothing right at the back, just a couple at the side. That's pretty good. I like the Like the little mark on his head. We don't know what that means, which is cool because we can develop a story about that. Alright. I think we're good. This is good. I'm gonna say done. I think we're happy. We want to be darker than this. I think fine. Name your character. And I think I had oh. That is unusual. Okay. Add back in. Let me type. That is not great. Of this work. Maybe come back in. Letting us. Hi. So, I was thinking about this name earlier. So this is interesting. So how you pronounce this is with a ch at the start. Sherlock. Thinking about this because I wanted to make an archer. And this is a name add previous story. Kind of like Lock. Okay. We'll call him So what's his story, chat? So it's Kilean. So he's from like a trade nation. Obviously, stuff happened to his family. Bad things. He ended up go away on a ship. Is now. Let's tell his story from this point on. We don't know exactly what's happened. You know, he's been trying to make himself. His general story is that he has some talent for magic. This magic manifests protective, protective magic art. Doing arrows magic.
Ah, Kilean. She fled from that civil war the Black Crescent caused, didn't she? Ironic, isn't it? Seems some parents pass on their fates to their children. Anyway. Whew, I'm gonna hit the hay for an hour or so. It's your turn to stand... Wait. You hear that? Shit. Someone's coming.
Women nowadays just don't want a man to court them anymore. That's the problem. I tell you, sometimes I long for the good old days, back when I could lift a skirt and nobody would bat an eye. Anyway, enough of the chit-chat. Now, where did I put that key?
Oh, blazes, what do they want down here? The lamp! Quickly! Put out the lamp! Good. Now, quiet.
Here we go. Smells like Vaughtier's balls down here. Say now, what's that chest supposed to look like?
Small, with the crest of the Blue Island Coalition on it, I think.
Yeah, right. Black Guardian knows what the captain wants it for this shortly before arriving. You go look upstairs. I'll see if I can find it down here.
Okay.
Oh, shit. They don't leave us any choice. We need to do something quick. You take on the old guy, I'll take the young one. Go!
Someone's there.
Throw a hook to the face! Come on, dodge! You can do it!
You'll regret this!
Oh. Oh.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. That wasn't part of the plan. Not at all. What in blazes are we going to do now?
Let's tie them up and gag them. When you arrive, sneak out.
Yes, yes, of course. That makes sense. One of them said it's not much longer until we arrive. With a little luck, no one will notice they're gone until then. Come on, help me search. There must be a rope or something. I thought we were over the hump when we made it on board.
Right. Gonna have to come up with some sort of accent or intonation, chat.
I just can't ever be easy.
We think. We think that Locke to speak.
Poor lost souls. The probabilities have turned against
Irish.
What the? Who are you?
You are confused by my sudden appearance. But my identity is irrelevant, as are you, dear Sirius. Unfortunately.
What? Oh shit, please don't tell anyone we're down here, please. We didn't mean any harm. These guys were just...
You ask that I not
An
reveal,
Irish archer?
for your intentions were not evil,
I mean,
and I believe
I guess. Good try.
Sadly, it's not compassion that rules my deeds. The first beat of a wing must happen. It is the only way the probabilities will fall into place. This is the way it has to be. The way it has been for eons. I am sorry.
What the? Oh no! No! What are you doing? Please! Please don't leave! We just wanted to... Ah!
After we had left Ostian, the two of you hid in the cargo and lived on our stocks. Then when Rick and Sebald found you, you gave them a beating. And all of a sudden, a veiled woman appeared and knocked you out with wild magic. Is that about it?
Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. Please, my dame, we didn't have a choice. You got to believe us. The war, we just wanted a second chance. That's all.
A second chance. Yes, I think I understand you. You wanted to start a new life in a new land. And as my ship is one of the only ships still sailing the route since the wars, you were simply forced to board without paying.
Yes, we could work for you. You know, we could scrub the deck, peel potatoes, anything to pay off our debt. And as soon as we've arrived...
Heartbreaking. How truly, truly heartbreaking. But let's be honest. You did have a choice. You could have signed on like all the others did, but you didn't. Instead, you've nested on my ship like flesh maggots, enjoying the good life while my crew actually had to earn their keep. And now you're feeding me this bullshit about veiled women and wild magic? How stupid do you think I am? I know your kind. You are cutthroats, filchers. At least have the guts to admit it.
What? No. You're wrong. Please, just let me explain. I
don't give a shit for your explanations. If there's one thing I hate more than cowards, it's people trying to pluck my heartstrings. You two are scum, and there's only one kind of punishment for scum on my ship. Pull him up, Ruger.
But Captain, they...
Do it.
Of course, Captain. I'm sorry, lad. You should have stayed in their room.
But... You can't do this.
Oh, believe me, I can.
No.
Ooh.
Oh, well, look at that. Someone's woken up. Rise and shine. Tie him and his friend together and feed them to the fish. Good luck in your new life, friend.
Ow.
Tell me, what is time to the dead and dreaming anyway?
So many people just talk, and
How
never
does it feel to be powerless?
This is about your damn pride, Tina.
I know I'm not real. At least not according to your definition.
I know damn well I'm dead.
It's just... There was nothing I could do.
This isn't happening. But then again,
This just isn't happening.
What is reality anyway?
Selfish fool!
Man. Premonition going on here. Guy has seriously messed up drink. Seriously. Okay, so while we are in between worlds here in this, we can how this game works. Leveling, a little bit different, a little bit similar. So these are tablets, have paths of things that we can level up that detail different characters. So what we're going to do, have a bit of a look, show you this. So Tempest, a warrior, reduces the weight of heavy armor and rage, which raises you. And can go up into Vandal, Keeper, or Blade Dancer. These all do different. So I don't know if you want me to go through every single paths here. And we aren't going to focus on melee damage right at the these are all a little bit about melee playstyles. So Barbarian over here, like the Vandal over here, two-handed. Got Tempest, which she, and Blade Dance. Okay. Doing that. Okay. Give me a minute. problem that I have is there's too much background noise if I don't have a filter. So yeah, if I don't have a filter, there's too much background noise, which is why I have a filter. Because this is without a filter, and it's way, 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 way too busy and loud. Like there's a hum, and it's terrible. Don't like it. This way my voice won't cut out. But look at the levels, they're shocking. I can't accept there being so much noise. So what we could do yeah, but we can't have that. It's not, we can't have any hum. This is not a stream that we can accept a hum. So we could try and put on headphones and try a different different microphone, but I'm not sure how that's gonna go. So that's something we could try. Otherwise we have to put a filter on. Yeah, that's what I have, dude. So if I apply that, it's gonna cut out. Let me show you. All right, let me show you. So if I go here, or do you just want noise suppression? Just noise suppression rather than a noise gate? Alright, we'll do noise suppression and we'll find out, okay? Now, our levels can be a little louder. And we can do a little, go here. Okay. Right. It is on RNN already. Yeah, RNN. Okay, we'll try that. Okay. Okay. There's still a bit of noise there, but technically it's better. Maybe we put on headphones anyway so that there's no chance that it can come through. We'll see how we go. Alright, let's go back to the game here. Let's give it a save. Alright, so as I was saying, we've got Tempest, which is like martial, melee. We've got Assassination here. This unlocks rogue disciplines with stamina regen, and Shadow of the Wind, which allows us to move silently and raises our critical hit chance. So we will be doing some trickster things, and so this is going to be one of our major traits. So we're going to have a quick look just so that you can see. So what we have is we have like some light armor and poison stuff over here. We have some deviousness with knives and, like, you know, stuff like that. And then we have Trickster, which is about picklocks and arrows, which we're going to be definitely going up into here. Then we can come over here and we can look at magic. So this is unlocks mage disciplines, mana regeneration, focus, which lowers mana costs. Okay. And then there are 3 of these as well. So we have Elementalist, which is fire, shock, and ice. We have Thaumaturge, which we're going to be going up into, which has some protective magics like armor, imbuements, and shield spells. So we're going to be using that. And then we have Sinistrope, which is about like psychic manipulation, psionics, things like that. And then we have 2 final ones which are disconnected from all the others. We have Phasmalist, and what the Phasmalist does is traps souls and animates souls to basically use them to, like, minions, I guess, I suppose, and attack your enemies with the souls that you have trapped. And we have Lycanthrope, and this is to do change into a wolf and a werewolf and like go crazy. We're not really doing that with this playthrough. We will go up here for some crafting things later on, but that is not our focus. So because we are doing a access playthrough, we are going to be starting with assassination and going up into Trickster to start our playthrough. And what that's going to mean for us is that it's going to probably be a hard time we are on the lowest difficulty. Yes, we are on the lowest difficulty. Good. I wanted to check that. So we will unlock the assassination talent, and we will be going up into Trickster first later on. Okay, so that's where we're at. So we will quick save and we will meditate. And Silverwolf suggested that we have an Irish accent or something approximating Irish for this character. So we're going to see how that goes, and if we don't like it, we can change it. I'm going to give it a go, as well as like talking with you and stuff, but we're going to try and get into the character now. Imagine that we are the character. Well, alright. Looks like we have washed up on the shore. I'm not sure what saved me or what that... who or what that woman was, but... I'm sure glad that she was there. I'm pretty certain that without her I would not have survived. What stroke of fate has brought me here to this wrecked place? Everything that I heard from where I come from was that Enderal is a place without slavery. But it is a strange landscape. One that it will take me a while to get used to, I'm sure. So we will gather the things that we will need. We will make our way into this strange world. Strange new world. It is rather cold. Need to find some better clothes. Sirius is dead and I am alive. I write these words, but I am not sure if I am understanding them at least one bit. I'm on my own. Apparently I had luck. I awoke in a valley basin. This has to be Enderal. I'm feeling strange, feverish and weak, as well as strong and clear. As if a veil has been in front of my eyes my entire life, which was lifted now. I'm also remembering a weird dream which I had before I woke up, especially the words of a veiled woman who subdued Sirius and me in the ship's bow. It all begins with the dreams. Remember, I need answers. I can find those most likely on shore. Oh, we found a knife and a pickaxe. Well, they are Enderalian pennies, so... It looks like we're in the right place after all. A ruin just like the vision. Don't know what this means. Oh, a sword. Alas, Horatio, I knew him well. Again, if we don't like his intonation, we can make him deeper, wider. We can change his accent. We're right at the start of the game, so we're just gonna see how things shake out and what chat thinks, and we'll go on. Ooh. And I don't know about anyone else, but this looks like it could be a dangerous path. Let's get our knife out, shall we? Actually. Maybe let's try and not die. Jeez. Rats. Scared me after death, they did. Some wheat in this chest. Alright. Got some iron ore as well. We might be able to sell that or use it. We are in this strange new world, and anything that we can get our hands on to trade is better than nothing. Let's try and not die. Alright, well. We could further have a look around, but I didn't see much else. I think that that's about it. Let's hope that we can find some armor and clothing so as not to freeze to death. It's a godforsaken place. I wonder what manner of strange ruin this is. There seems to be a glowing in that area. Yeah, I do find it slightly disconcerting. Some alchemical ingredients here. We'll collect those. Well, we've got a strange statue here. Looks like it has an indentation. Not sure what that'll do, but I don't think I can quite make it up to that level. So I'm not really sure, like, what to do in this particular case. So, shall we see what that statue will do? Let's hope that it doesn't rain fire upon us. I'm missing something. Right, let's have a look around. It probably wants us to use the skill book, I imagine. So we will save. And we'll do what it said to see if that does anything. It did not. Okay. Okay, so apparently there is something that we are missing. Do see something up there. Can we get up there though? Not really. Ah, There we are. It was a key. What a strange mechanism. Put a key into there, and stone rises from the water. What is this place? Well, I have to say that it is a nice convenient path. Just a little concerned. Just a little. Alright. Onwards then. I don't really have much choice at this point. Alright, well. We have 3 ways to go. Upriver, straight on, or downriver. Let's go upriver for now. Alright, chat. So, I have played this game a little bit, and I don't remember exactly which way's which, but I know that up here is a place of power. And when we're in places of power, we get an arcane sickness. We have to find a reason why this character would brave the sickness or the pain or weirdness that is about to happen. Why he would brave it. Perhaps it invigorates him or excites him. Perhaps it's intoxicating. Let's go in there. We're gonna just save. I can't remember exactly where everything is, but look, it's this character's first time here, so. We're just gonna quickly grab as much stuff as we can and then leave. Don't think that he would stay overly long. Do we reckon we've got everything? I don't know. Let's save it here. What did we manage to pick up? Scroll of Boon. Spell Tome. We're definitely going to learn that. Old Robe. We're definitely going to wear that. Okay, so here are our spells and abilities. So this allows us to move silently. So we will favorite that. And we will favorite the grounding. And in here, for assassination, let's make it 8. And let's make the sword on 1 and the grounding on 2. Alright, do we think we got everything? I don't think that the character is willing to risk anymore. What do we think? Do we want to give it another shot? Make sure that we've got everything? Do we think that he's risky? Think that he came up here starting to feel the stuff, grabbed what he could and ran? I think that's probably the character, right? We might miss something, but we don't care, right? We're in a strange place. That's what I figure. Okay, so we've got lots of ways to go. Let's go see what we can find down this way. Scraps of metal of an ancient nation. Key of the Forgotten Temple. Oh, some lockpicks. I am mighty glad that we came down this way. Perhaps these scraps be more valuable than I think they are to the people of this land. Let's see if we can sell them or make use of them. Book on shooting arrows, sneaking, heavy armor, elementalism. Oh, bro. It's what I've spent most of my life doing. So, immediately, going to change to 2. Magic with 3. Oh. Alright, I feel a little bit more secure now. I have me bow. A little bit more skilled with that than the knife. Although, what's going to be interesting is his backstory is that he is skilled with a bow and arrow, but I am going to suck at aiming, so it's going to be very amusing. The corpses in the light, they are gone. I am not good at these games, and I'm especially not good at archery, so, you know, you're going to have to suspend disbelief a little bit. Alright, what have we got? This machine, why does it seem so familiar? Don't remember having seen something like this before, but it just feels familiar. It's so strange. There is a way down to it. So, we will go and check that out. Let's go see if I can grow my familiarity with it. See if I can remember what I have seen it before, or just feels so familiar. Sure, I haven't seen it before, but something about it. Doesn't seem to do anything anymore if it once did. Well, there doesn't seem to be many ways to go. Just check around the edges, make sure that there's no other way to the light. Doesn't seem like it. Alright. Fair enough. I guess it's that way or no way. Very well. No, but my character should be. Like, his whole backstory or skill set is meant to be in archery. So many pickaxes. Probably gonna have to drop some of those later. And we now have the heal spell, which is good. Favorite that one. Put this on 7 for the moment. Well, who knows what could be out here? Could be anything. A little bit nervous, I have to say. Well, there's nothing for it. Something's out there. I swear I can hear something. Can't see it. Oh, this is disconcerting. Something's out there. Oh, something's moving over there. Alright, I see it. It hasn't seen me yet. Where should I stand for this? I don't like the look of that. Oh! I'm gonna die! Run away! Wait, it heals? Can't fit under there. Haven't got enough arrows for this. Oh my god. Oh, it can fit here? Oh god. Yep, well, I guess, you know, potion time. Yeah, we might die here. Oh, lordy. Woo! Yep. So. Ow. Do I have any food? Nope. Oh boy. Alright, wow. That's great. It's great. It's perfect. We love this. Oh, he has an apple. Okay. Let's just take his stuff and eat this apple. Oh boy. There we go. I'm feeling a little bit better after that apple, but oh my lord. I saw my life flash before me and I didn't like what I saw, I tell you. I thought I was done for good. At least this is a way out. You only have a few arrows left, though. We used all of our 20 arrows on that thing. Wow. I'm mighty glad that I had my magic. I'm not sure what I would have done without that. Yeah. Not wrong. Thought I was done for. Mm. See any more pumpkins? Okay, you've risen to level 2. You have 5 learning points, 4 crafting points, and 1 memory point. We can get health, we can get mana, or we can get stamina. Let's get health. We need health. Press H. Okay. So, we are Chulok. We are currently an adventurer. We have some learning points and a memory point. So these are our skills here. So we're good, decent at being a marksman. We're decent at sleight of hand and rhetoric. So that's what we've got so far. At least at the start, we'll get some points into health. So we are at full health at the moment, so that's good. Psionic Wave onto humans and creatures, which does 3 points of damage and 2 additional damage for mesmerized enemies and pushes them back. We're not really doing psionics. Don't think that that's really going to be that useful. I think we will increase our archery. We'll read our book here. I think archery is very important. Because, you know, the whole character is reliant on that. So we will need points into stamina at some point because archery will use stamina. But at this stage, while things are hurting a lot and we don't have a lot of armor, yeah. That is what we're gonna do. When going into a place that you don't know, don't go charging in. Oh, we've got another spell. So that's flame rather than shock. So let's have a look at that. 6 fire damage. Targets on fire take extra damage. Sure. I mean, we're probably like, we're not huge in magic. Like, that's not really what we're going to be focusing on, but seven points of shock damage and mana damage, 6 points of fire damage, and they can take extra damage. So it's less damage, but they will take more damage once they're on fire. Okay. That's fine. So we'll put that on 4. And that sounds definitely healthy down there, whatever is going on, right? That definitely sounds like not scary. Well, I don't know about you, but that looks like a bit of a trap to me, and we've got another one of those nasties over there. So let's quickly save. Oh, jeez. That did the trick. That definitely did the trick. Alright, we've got some magic symbols that apparently do something. Alright. Another bow, just in case mine breaks. We've got some armor now. That might be useful. We're definitely going to be putting that on. Anything up here? Hey. No, I can't quite reach. Right. Can't quite reach there either. Oh, we found an old chest. There you go. Alright. That looked like it had a scarf in it. It does. It's a star for flames. Right. We'll favorite that. Alright, so we've got 11 armor here, 11 armor here. We've got heavy leather gauntlets with 7 armor. These are both bodies. I mean, this looks a little bit more significant than that one, doesn't it? They're both light armor. Don't want to get hit by that. It killed a troll, basically, by itself. how many arrows do we have left? 2? No arrows. Do we not have any arrows left? Nope, no arrows. Okay. How are we going to do this, chat? I guess what we could do is... we could try to do our Staff of Flames. We could equip our sword and like try and sneak up on it. Do we want fire? Shall we try fire this time? I mean, that wasn't so bad. Oh, we got some more arrows. And he's got... light magic. Life absorption absorbs 3 points of health. Yeah, we are gonna favorite that right away. So we're gonna go into our magic. 3 points of health. Gonna favorite that. Alright, so let's put that. Seven is boon. Let's do 6. We can heal while we're damaging things. That's pretty high. You love fire. Okay, we can do mostly fire. So it looks like the way down... we won't be able to get back up again. So we want to make sure. Alright, so I think we've explored everything. There's only one way for it then. Hard fights require tactics. Press M2 while blocking 2. Okay. Okay, so hard fights, chat. Something's down there. I don't know what it is. Wonder if we can use our bow and arrow. Can we see anything moving, chat? Is that something down there? Or is that a rock? It's not moving. What are we meant to be fighting? Ah, I see. Oh, there's more than one of them. Did I miss? Yep. Sure did. I mean, this is great. We're in danger, chat. Okay. And fire seems pretty good. Yeah, take that. Is that all of them? I think it might be. It's all of them, chat. Nice. We didn't die. We like not dying. Okay, so let's sneak again because we don't know what's out there. Catch some fireflies because why not? Oh, something out there. What is detecting us? Definitely something here, chat. You're at a disadvantage because it's dark. Health potion. A hood. A dagger. What is detecting us, chat? Cool, we've got some more armor. Excellent. No idea what's detecting us at this point. Very confused. Nothing here. Maybe across the other side? Go check it out. Oh, that's what it is. It's a river crab. Okay, I think we're good. We fried that crab. More pickaxes. Ooh, boots. I'll come in handy. Oh, we've got some proper armor now. We've got some proper armor now. Okay. Yes. Now we're talking. 23. Brilliant. Okay. It's good. It's good. Okay. Ooh, got some more mining to do. Excellent. Okay. There's a birdie. Okay, well, I think we've explored enough here. I think we've gotten the things that were here. Whoa, something's attacking me. It's... crab. Hello. Oh, found more things. Alright, so... okay, it looks like there's stuff happening up here. So we should probably use this. Heal up. Wait for our mana to recharge. Sneak. You hear that? There's something there. Yeah, it's a Vinroot. Okay. Alright. You have to be very quiet. Swear that there's something up here. Something or someone. Are they friendly? Let's hope so. They haven't attacked me yet. Think they're friendly? Right, let's give it a quick save.
Now would you look at that? I knew I'd seen someone scrambling in the mountains. What brings you here, my sir?
That's a long story. Where am I here? And who are you?
Who am I? Findelires, apothecarius by my path. Pleased to meet you. And you are at Sun Coast, in the south of Enderal. Where are you from? But wait, don't tell me. I know that accent. Nerim, isn't it?
There we go. Everything's locked up. At least for the night we should. Wait a second. Who's that?
Just an adventurer on his way. No reason to worry.
No reason to worry? For heck's sake, Finn. How do you know that this guy isn't with the bandits? You said you'd call me if anyone showed up. And now you're standing here, having a chat with him as if this were the bathing house of Ark.
Lo and behold, we are still alive. Now, is there anything else, Carbos?
I've got my eye on you. Touch any of our stuff, and you'll regret it. Unbelievable.
May I present Carbos, as he lives and breathes. Sorry about that just now. That's just how he is. In any case, if you don't need any more help, I'd suggest you move on. Follow the way east behind the dam house. It'll lead you to a village called Riverville. Ah, and here, take this. Truth be told, you don't look so healthy. Your eyes... well, whatever.
What about me eyes?
There's something peculiar about you. I don't know how else to say it. I would examine you myself, but we don't have the right equipment with us. So if I were you, I'd ask a priest in Riverville to have a look at you. Who knows? Maybe you caught something in that temple.
What's your story? Why are you here?
Us? Oh, nothing spectacular, I'm afraid. We gather herbs, but tomorrow we're going back north, to League. You should stop by one day if you're in the area. Someone who scours Pyrian ruins and survives could surely be useful to the apothecary and help us find some things.
Can you tell me more about this region?
Well, what can I tell you? This is the Sun Coast, in the south of Enderal. A pretty peaceful area, except for all the animals and bandits that have recently started going crazy. And, well, that's pretty much it. I think you should ask the people in Riverville if you want to know more. They certainly have some stories to tell.
I see. Are there places that might be of interest to an adventurer?
To an adventurer? If you ask me, What you need before you adventure anywhere is some good old-fashioned shut-eye. But yes, there are some places. The Three River Watch, for example, right there below the stone arch. It was once an old trading post, but now it's full of shady characters. Ah, and there's also a big Pyrian ruin south of it.
You said you were apothecarius by my path. What do you mean by my path?
By the Black Guardian. You really are an outlander, aren't you? My path is... well, it's just me path. My role designated to me by Malthus. A kind of calling, if you will.
A role designated by Malthus? You mean the gods assign your professions to you?
Not exactly. Malthus designates our place in society. Generally the same one our fathers and forefathers occupied. I walk the path of the erudites. And there's also the manufacturers, the sublimes, and, of course, the pathless. Within these roles, we are free to choose a profession, but certain vocations that are available to an erudite are not permitted to a manufacturer, which is one path below. However, below does not mean that it is in any way inferior. Everyone on Enderal does what they do best. And who would know better than the gods what exactly that is?
But aren't you frustrated by being bound to a path? Don't you want to advance?
In the folly of my youth, I might have thought about it, yes. But then I realised that half of what goes wrong in this world has to do with the desire to advance. I am interested in living the righteous path and to contribute to the preservation of my people. That's enough for me, and only the faithful will be granted the eternal paths upon death.
And who are these pathless you spoke of?
Men or women who have never received the path consecration, or those who have broken their path. Brigands, glimmer dust smugglers, murderers, well, you know.
In Nehrim, there's a rumour that the gods are dead.
And over here, there's a rumour that the Golden Queen has a weakness for men in gowns. Seriously, be careful with that kind of gossip. I know you don't mean any harm, but there are a few who might consider it heresy.
An interesting thought.
Well, I didn't come up with it.
Can I trade some goods with you? I found some things in the ruins.
Yeah, why not? Show me what you've got. Maybe I have some things you can use.
Okay. So, we can sell him some stuff. We don't have an interest in going into light armor on this character. We don't need 3 longbows. Let's get rid of some of those. Actually, let's go here. We don't need 2 knives. One's 3 and one's 4. So let's get rid of the knife as well, because we've got a dagger here. We've got an iron sword, which is 4, and an iron sword, which is 4 and 6. So we will sell the old sword. Got a bunch of pickaxes. We don't need any more than 1. An iron dagger, an iron sword, 1 pickaxe. We will sell the shoes. May as well sell all of that. As for these things, I don't know if we can break things down in this game. I can't remember. I think you might be able to break things down. So we're just going to hold on to these things in case we can. Poisons. Don't know whether we really want that, but it's okay. Decreases stamina regeneration. Has a 0 value. Let's just get rid of it then. We don't really want to be one-handed, I don't think. We probably wanted to be magic, but we'll hold on to it just in case. For now, we'll hold on to all of our ingredients for now. I don't think we want this psionic push, so we'll get rid of that. Got all this clutter here that we can get rid of. These are all ingots, so that's clutter. Don't need 2 shovels, just 1 is fine. These are tools, so we'll hold on to those. Ancient crystal coins are clutter. May as well get rid of them then. Alright, cool. I think that's all we want to get rid of for the moment. Yeah, I think so. Oh, we've got another one of these boons. I think we already learnt that. We can sell that. Alright, what does he have that we might like? We have 164 coins. We probably want to save everything. He has some learning books. Light magic is always good. We could get some light magic books. We could just save up for things. Yeah, I think we'll just save for now. We don't know how much things are going to be, so let's cancel. Did that work?
Why not? Show me what you've got.
Yes, it did.
Maybe I have some things you can use.
Okay, that's fine. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so we've done the knowledge, we've done that, let's go. That's it for now. Thanks for your help.
Don't mention it. I wish you a quick recovery and safe roads. Walk blessed. Carbos, do we need this still tomorrow? Or can I clean all the tools?
Blazes, Finn, I'm playing. Don't bother me.
I guess that means no.
Whoa. What's that?
By the righteous path. What happened to you? You look as if you've met the Black Guardian himself.
I suddenly have this kind of fever. Do you have any idea what it could be?
Fever? Well, there could be many causes. Wait a moment. I think I still have some grunt root. That should be enough to ease your pain, at least for now. Take a seat at the fire. The warmth might help you.
Oh, so now we're brewing potions for complete strangers.
Well, if the strangers are about to die of fever, then yes. There was that oath we swore once, remember? To help the afflicted, to...
Whatever.
Thank you.
Going over here.
Gruntroots, Gruntroots. Ah, here we go. So, let's see. Sheer cap, some water. Ha! Done. I can't make any promises, but...
Finn! The still!
Explosions. I'm not sure.
Great, what?
Ha ha.
They've hit me.
Do something, damn it! Do something! Oh no! Oh, sod it.
Do I really have to watch every step you take? That was a fucking close call.
Hey, I'm sorry, alright. We'll pick up a new one in Ark.
Yeah, and you're paying for it. Here I thought this bloody day couldn't get any worse.
This day isn't getting any better. Here, drink this. It'll help you. See, you already look a lot better. Still, you should let a priest take a look at that fever as soon as possible. The grunt root potion will wane in a few days.
Thanks. What in blazes just happened there?
What? You mean the still? Bad quality and too much heat, I'd wager. But, yeah, whatever will be, will be.
But the explosions? The voices? They were yours?
Explosion? I'm not sure I follow.
Oh, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Finn Dalleries. Died in 8234. Cause of death, exploding still.
Ha ha. Look, I really don't know what you're talking about. Maybe...
Wait a second. What was that? I could have sworn I saw something moving over there. Oh shit!
What the? Carbos!
They've hit me, Finn. Those bastards. They've hit me.
Carbos! Do something, damn it!
Oh! Ooh!
Now look at that. Our mysterious survivor has awoken.
Wait. Where am I? Who are you?
Jaspar Matumiel Delveric. Jaspar for short. And you, my friend, are at my very own campsite. Before you ask, yes, the bandits killed both of the apothecary. The only reason you're still alive is that the impact of the explosion threw you right into the thicket. Most of your injuries are only superficial, but your fever, well, that's a different story.
How do you know about the apothecary? Were you there when they attacked?
I was on the perimeter, and no, I didn't help for two reasons. One, I was outnumbered. Two, I'm quite fond of my entrails. I wish I had a more heroic answer, but I don't. Sorry.
Wait. What do you know about my fever?
Quite a lot, actually. You're suffering from Arcanist's fever. Honestly, I'm surprised the old apothecarius didn't see that. Let me guess, you're suddenly capable of doing things you previously knew only from the bard songs, right? You're unusually strong, you have reflexes like a cat, and drinking potions or any kind of magically infused substance leaves a bitter afterglow in your head.
I mean, something like that, I suppose.
Well then, congratulations. Your magical talent just blossomed. A bit late, given your age, but it happens. Put simply, the fever is a result of your body not being able to cope with it. It's not much of a problem for now, but if you don't let an Arcanist treat you sometime soon, things are going to get grim.
So, an Arcanist will be able to cure this fever then?
Contain it, not cure it. From here on out, you're always going to be a little more sensitive than someone without magical gifts. But that's tolerable compared to what your magic will allow you to do.
What do you mean by a little sensitive?
Prone to certain conditions. As I said, your fever will get worse if you drink healing potions. But you'll also be a lot more susceptible to nightmares and those kinds of things.
I know all about nightmares.
Areas with magical contamination, such as Thalgard in the east.
Do you know if there's any remedies to this?
Well, there's ambrosia, but for an uncontained fever, it'll only postpone the symptoms. Later, you can drink it whenever the fever gets worse. The stuff looks and tastes like undead sweat, and is bloody expensive, but it's the only thing that really helps.
What about these visions, then? They also caused by the fever.
Visions?
For lack of better word, yes. Since I had this fever, I get these strange premonitions, things which are about to happen. Are they also a symptom?
Not that I know of. The only visions I've ever had are those that come along with a good pipe of peaceweed. You know what? As I said, someone needs to contain your fever as soon as possible. And as it happens, I know people. But in return, I want you to tell me everything. What did you do in that temple? And what's the story with those visions? I can't put my finger on it, but there's something strange about you, and that intrigues me. What do you say?
Treatment for information. All right.
Well, then, the stage is yours. I see. My condolences for your loss. So, let me summarize. You somehow survived getting thrown into the open sea, and while you were half dead, had this dream in which you saw burnt bodies and a blinding light?
That's about the shape of it, but it wasn't just a dream. It was more like a memory. The temple I saw in it was the same one I saw in the valley, I swear it.
And you also said that your magic didn't develop gradually, as it usually does, but all at once, right?
Right. After I was washed up on the shore, yes. Together with those visions.
Well, that's quite the story. I guess you know how absurd it sounds, but for some reason, I believe you. I've met a lot of liars in my life, and you aren't one of them. All right, it's settled then. I'll introduce you to my employer and ask him to treat you. Before we leave, however, there's something else I need to take care of, and I could use a hand. The sooner we get that done, the sooner we can make for Ark.
What's Ark?
Ark? The capital of this country? Walls high as towers of iron-hard stone rest alone in the mountains in granite enthroned, never decaying, the ages surveying, guarded by Malphus, and blah, 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 and so on and so forth. You're going to see it soon.
I want to know more. Who is this employer of yours?
Well, aren't you curious? I work for the Holy Order.
The Holy Order? You mean the enforcers of the Lightborn?
Yeah, but they're more than just a military unit here. Enderal belongs to Malphus, the guardian god, and the Order answers directly to him. In other words, they're calling the shots here. No king, no queen, no council. Just an order of noble warriors, always looking so stern and joyless that you might think they're struggling with constipation.
All right. Help you. The faster I get rid of this fever, the better.
You'll need some information before you can help me, though. I take it the fact that Vin has seen better times hasn't eluded your attention, has it? For the last 2 years, there have been wars and unrest everywhere. And even though in Enderal there's officially peace, there are peculiar things happening here, too. Normally docile animals and Vatirs attacking wanderers in the open. The dead awakening in hordes. It's unsettling, to say the least. The strangest thing, however, is the red madness.
Do you think this chaos could be in any way related to the rumors about the Lightborn's death? Everyone in Naren talks about them.
Yeah, the rumors. I've heard them too. And I could indeed imagine that they're true, and that there's a connection, yes.
Then you actually believe that someone did kill the gods? The Lightborn, that is.
As I said, maybe. If you ask me, the Lightborn were never more than imposters anyway. False gods.
What did the Enderalians think about that?
Well, they usually leave the thinking to their holy order. And they, of course, deny everything. But as much as I hate to say it, maybe it's better this way, at least for now. A spiritual crisis is the last thing this country needs at the moment.
Dear, I thought the Enderalians were the most pious people in the civilized world.
Oh, I'm hardly representative. I've seen that a long life is only one of the things powerful magic can achieve. And the false deity theory isn't that new, after all, is it? Seriously, say the Lightborn really are as mighty as the revelations say they are. Wouldn't they have the power to call down lightning on me right here and right now, to punish me for my insolence? No. The Lightborn were immortal kings, and that's all. At least, that's how I see it. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Far from it.
Splendid. You never know. But we digress.
Right. So, you mentioned something about red madness?
Yeah. It's some kind of mental illness that makes people lose their mind. Just a couple of weeks ago, there was a smith in Ark who butchered his entire family. He was drunk, but that doesn't explain why he screamed things like "Fear the light" while he was doing it. Or a young woman of noble path who set her own house on fire while her family was asleep. Now, you might say that these kinds of things happen, but by now there have been more than a dozen incidents in a very short period of time. The fact that the afflicted's eyes glow red while they go rampant has made people call the disease the red madness. Thing is, some weeks ago it happened again, only this time it was a magister from the Holy Order itself.
Magister?
A teacher who instructs the novices aspiring to become keepers. His name was Yarrow, a man with more than 60 winners on his back.
What did he do?
Well, according to the sole survivor, he entered the teaching room that day as usual, but instead of giving his lecture on alchemy, he gave a strange kind of speech where he kept going on about how mankind is corrupted and that it has succumbed to the void. Then his eyes started glowing, he locked the door, and blew himself up in a magical explosion.
That's horrible.
Yes, it is.
So, what's your role in all this? You said you work for the Order, but I take it you're no monk?
I'm not one for vows and austerity, so no, I'm no keeper. My specialty is recovering lost things. Treasures, tomes, memories, and the like. And the Order hired me to do just that. They want to know how a man like Yarrow could fall victim to the red madness. And thus, if there's something like a pattern to this malady.
You're after his motives, then? How can I help you with that? Don't know anything about that, Magister.
Doesn't matter. Yarrow grew up in a small village not far from here, and according to the Order, he visited it quite often after his partner died. What I want your help with is finding clues as to why he did what he did. What do you think?
I mean, I can't guarantee anything, but I can look into it.
Great. First of all, I want you to travel to Riverville and talk to an old man named Alfred, a childhood friend of Yarrow's. Ask him what he makes of the incident, and whether he has any explanation for it. Secondly, a farm boy told me that he saw Yarrow throw something into the sea during his last visit there. The winds have been blowing inland the last couple of days, so go search the shoreline and see if it washed up. I myself will take a look at the house Yarrow grew up in. Ah, and here. This is a map of the region. Yarrow's house is at the blue dot. So, unless there's anything else, I'd say let's step to it. Just meet me at the farm when you're done.
Alright, so quest objective. 1 star is very easy, 2 is easy, 3 is medium, 4 is hard. Alright. Cool. They call me the Butcher. It hurts to write these words, though I am aware of their truth. What else should a man be called whose trail is marked by dozens of corpses? Corpses which are not mute witnesses of a battle or an accident, no, corpses which are solely the result of me own doing. Men, women, elders, children, priests, merchants, travellers, and whores. My murders seem to follow an inscrutable pattern whose arbitrariness will put an icy veil over everyone's heart. But of course this will not be what heralds will proclaim. For them and the Holy Order I will be no less than a monstrosity, a pathless demon who has been led astray by his own mundane cravings. They will call me an evil man, a beast with a heart black as midnight, because these are the colours in which the world prefers to think, black and white. No one will ask about how and why. Even these pages will be hard to acquire, for the Holy Order will surely do everything in its power to prohibit their printing, which is why I shall congratulate you, whoever you may be, for holding them in your hands. With this assembly of withered pages you shall be given insights into my very own thoughts. Do not understand them as a justification for my deeds, though, because this is not what they are. I assume full responsibility for what I have done, and I desire no absolution, neither from Malthus, whose supposed divinity is something I nowadays merely smile upon, nor from the people, justice, or some other strange greater power whose true nature we have yet to not learned to comprehend. This book is no more than a testimony of strange and inscrutable happenings yonder, which have made me into what I am. Chapter 1. Follow the Fire. It was a dull, cold, and wet morning that would change me life forever. Yes, somehow it almost seemed as if that day Mother Nature, as a response to the festivities of the preceding night, had decided to recover herself with a dreamy, nondescript day. The reason for the aforementioned festivities had been the so-called star-damned summer night, which every year marks the beginning of a new spring in which the night sky is illuminated by dozens of wild, untamed starfires. While the common people, however, use the occasion to indulge in their mundane cravings, whether by drinking in smoky taverns, dancing round first delve of spade, or having cultivated conversations in a marked sprawl. For us clerics it means nothing but a night filled with processions, sermons, and prayer. After briefly attending the joyous speech of the mayor and giving my priestly blessing to the commencement of the festivities, I silently retreated into the temple and prayed until both my knees and tongue were sore. It's like the holy verses oblige every priest to do. It was no significance whether the cleric was the high priest or, as was the case with me, merely a simple insignificant father in an even simpler and more insignificant village. Mine was called Fogville, and was situated on a constantly windy, sparsely vegetated cliff at the very west of Enderal. It owes its name to, who would have guessed, the pale, thin wafts of mist which every morning descended on the village's countenance like a morning veil over the face of an old widow. I still remember this last gaze yonder, which I threw upon the poor houses at the bottom of the hill the village's temple was enthralled upon. After the distant orchestration of lute music, animated laughter, and popping of corks, an almost eerie silence had laid itself upon the village. Only here and there a lonesome figure could be seen and heard, moving through the coil mists, and even the bakery's chimney remained still. I feebly smiled into the face of the village I had grown up in. My father, who actually wasn't my father, claimed to have found me wrapped in linen and lying in a basket near Wayshrine on the Mist Road. I had been abandoned, and a man who later became my father took me to the village, full of devotion and grateful for the divine gift. However, before his untimely death only 10 years later, I never got rid of the feeling that his compassionate act was due to the fact that he found me right underneath the statue of Malthus, and not because his wish for a child. Gilman the Tanner, as the villagers called him, was a delicate man with pock-marked skin and a narrow nose. In his own opinion, the whole world conspired against him, which was the whole reason for his misery. I never talked much, but when we did, our conversations followed a general pattern. With his soaring voice, he would call me to his fireplace room, where he sat rigidly most of the time, along with 2 empty tankards of beer. Then he would gesture to me and sit down and announce that he had to get something off his chest. The fact that only his family son was there to listen was further proof of how badly life had treated him. It would start right when I sat down. Jalma the hunter had sold him rancid oils. An evil cutthroat, my father called him, but after all, that was the nature of the Eterner, he said. And in Enderal, this fact was not as well known as near him. On Matressa Julia, who had served him bitter wine. A mean old crone she was, he said. Oh, yes, but thanks to Malthus, he had perceived her plan and cut her down to size. Then, of course, Rashik and the Smith's twin boys. Rascals they were, both of them. No respect they had for path-abiding, hard-working people like him. But no manners were to be expected from a coal man and his breed. What do they know about decency? He said excitedly. These folks do nothing but shag until the bed breaks down. It did not matter to him that Rashik was Kilean of the 3rd generation living in Enderal, and he preferred a long-term union with his mate of the promiscuous family clans of his homeland. These conversations, his persistently sour breath, and the smell of raw hides, leather, and animal fats in the workshop made up a great deal of my childhood. Of friends, I had only a few to none, mostly due to the fact that my father made me work hard in the tannery as soon as I reached the age of 5. If Matapalia, I am sure of this now, had not by incident noticed me quick wit, I would still be there today, working between animal parts, stretched hides, and slippery grease. Maybe the strange experience on that misty morning would have never happened. Yet she noticed, and that is how it came to be that on the day of my path consecration the aged priest proclaimed my holy path in a solemn voice. I, Jael, Tanner's son, was predestined to dedicate my life entirely to Malthus's glory as a priest. Of course, back then I did not fully comprehend what that meant. The other children's awestruck reactions made me realize it was a good thing. Thus I left the bleak tannery, and I only entered the old house on the edge of the village to sleep there. For my foster father, the child abduction was only one more act of treason. Looking back, I think that the amiable Mata was the only real caregiver in me life. She taught me to read and write, and she taught me the essentials of herbal lore. With empathy and strictness, she taught me what I needed to know to become part of the Enderalian clergy. 10 winters later, I received priesthood and began to serve in a small temple. I did what an obedient priest had to do. I held services, I prayed, I maintained the temple, and heard the villagers' confessions. Metapilia left the village on her 60th name day and moved to a retirement quarter in the Sun Temple in the capital, which I only knew from tales. A year later, my father passed away, an event that, to my surprise, affected me deeply. From then on, everything became lethargic, routine, until that very day. The man I was then, was he a happy man? I am not able to tell. When I try to recall the first 28 years of my life, my memories like fading words on old parchment. My reason tells me that I was blessed in a way. The life of a priest was pleasant and constant, without highs and lows. I had enough to eat, I had a home, and enough pennies to afford the services of wonder and horror from time to time. I knew that according to the holy verses I would enter the eternal paths, the end of my days, my path trodden, my task fulfilled, but things turned out differently. After I had taken off my robes and wearily laid down under the sheet of sheep's wool, I noticed a strange and dull feeling in my stomach. Today I know this unremarkable moment was the first time I encountered the fire. It was small, insignificant. Only a weak glow, but it was there. Knowing that I would wake up as a different man, However, on this grey morning I was too tired to pay attention to it. Exhausted, I wrapped my sheet around myself and I was fast asleep a moment later. I awoke in a dream. I found myself on an idyllic forest glade surrounded by green oak trees whose leaves moved gently in the wind. The setting sun stood at the horizon like molten blaze and shone a red light over the scenery. I savoured the spicy fresh air which tasted of wet moss, morning dew and old secrets, mysterious, wild and clear, like life itself. In contrast to what we all know of the nightly journeys that we call dreams, I was fully aware of the unreality of the scenery. So I accepted it as if it was as natural as time's passing. I was stark naked as on the day of me birth, but I was not ashamed. On the contrary, I felt strong, clear, and free. When I took my eyes away from the sky and looked in front of me, I saw her. She stood in an old ruin that was overgrown with ivy, and whose collapsed walls and arches told of ancient times. She wore a grey flowing robe that only allowed a glimpse of her femininity underneath. Her hood hung deeply over her face, so only the tender and delicate parts of her cheeks and chin were visible, a sight that could have stemmed from the imagination of a Kilean painter. Her dense, midnight black hair was tied into snake-like braids and fell down to her shoulders. Various things were interwoven in her hair, old faded coins that must have been minted by lost civilizations, small, finely polished bones from animals unknown to us, and strange ribbons whose colourful threads created an artful pattern. But it was none of this that hypnotized me and drew me toward the veiled figure in the ruin. It was her smile. Every step I took towards her, I fell deeper into its charm. It was not a lovely smile, as some might assume. It was a mixture of melancholy, rage, hope, and love, a symphony of contradicting feelings which I thought to be irreconcilable. It was a smile that was able to speak both great wisdom and orders that would mean the death of thousands. A smile born from truths recognized in otherworldly existences. Cold sweat ran from my pores, and I felt how apprehensiveness mixed with the peaceful bliss of the moment just before. I came to a halt a few steps before her, still staring at her magical smile, like a starving man at a feast. For a moment I believed to recognize a glimpse of mirth in her features, but it faded away as fast as it had appeared. Then she spoke. "You are dying, J.L." Voice was rougher and tender at the same time, full of contrast. She spoke without mockery, pity, or cruelty. "Why?" I heard myself respond mechanically. "I am in the best of my health." My answer was as pathetic and clumsy as it must appear to the reader in these yellowed pages, but I spoke them faster than I was able to think without control. The woman nodded subtly, as if she had expected this very response. "You affirm that you are of good health," she paraphrased my words with a peculiar intonation. "But you fail to perceive the fabric of this world in all its intricacy." Slowly and regretfully, she shook her head like a magister in a monastery school who got a foolish answer from a novice to a very simple question. She took her hands out of the robe sleeves and beckoned me to follow her. Even her walk had something of another world to it. Her body did not move with her steps, but some seemed to float instead. Silent and obedient, I followed her through the old ruin. Today, after I had gone through the vision in my thoughts many thousands of times, I know that it was an old trading post. The walls and the rusty gate left no doubt about it. But in the vision I did not care about such banalities. To follow the figure in front of me was my sole purpose. She stepped in front of an old overgrown tower, presumably one of the heart of the ruin, opened the cast iron door which swung aside in an eerie, silent manner. Go, Jael, she said. Go and perceive the truth. These were the last words I heard until the horrid discovery inside the ruin. For when I was about to reply, she was gone. For the first time, a feeling of uncertainty mingled with the confidence that I had at the beginning of the vision. I was still aware of the fact that my physical body was lying on a bed in a modest chamber in another world. I also knew that I could decide to wake from the wonderful and terrible vision. But I did not. Why? I was unable to say. Was it out of curiosity? Was it the sense of fate that covered the ruin like a thin, transcendent sleeve? I don't know. I entered. The floor felt cold under me naked feet, and the dusty air was only lit by a pale red sunbeam made me cough as it filled my lungs. The inside was almost empty except for spiderwebs, weathered furniture, and broken stones that had fallen from the crumbling walls. In the centre there was a wooden construction, an extraordinarily large upright box. Hesitantly I walked closer. A word came to me head, but faded in my mind as fast as it had appeared. I recognized how the fire of the setting sun extinguished and was replaced by a dull blue. Gentle hazy fog began to cover the scenery, and everything had been peaceful and blessed before I entered the ruin was replaced by a sense of trepidation, creeping, cold, wasting. My hand moved along the surface of the strange box, which was slightly taller than me. The wood was decayed and grey, and an odd smell came from it like iron. It was sweet and tempting, but at the same time repellent. "Leave!" flashed through my head. "Leave before you inflame it!" I was unable to determine if it was I who thought these thoughts, but of course I did not leave. Slowly my hand moved toward a gap on the side of the box that allowed me to open its lid. As the hinge turned with a reluctant mourning sound, I remembered the word that had slipped my mind. This time, it did not vanish. It persevered in all its dreadfulness. The wooden construction in the centre of this abandoned ruin was no box. It was a coffin. Even today, I can hardly find the right words for the terror that stared at me from the decomposing interior of the coffin. Without any doubt, the creature in front of my very eyes was myself. There it was, the brown hair, thinning, even at the age of 28. There it was, the well-trimmed, dense beard that grew down to me chest, the beard that I grew to hide my unremarkable longish face, and there it was, the crooked nose, giving my face a vulture-like appearance, making me avoid my own reflection in the mirror. But the body in the coffin was dead, clenched like in a moment of dying, penned in like cattle. His head was pressed down to his shoulders by the small dimensions of the coffin, his unnatural posture a silent accusation. His body was pinched, his arms pressed to himself in a twisted manner. Much more gruesome, though, was the face. The skin was pale and had a greenish-grey colour like decayed tombstones. There were many deep fissures that were not bleeding, but offered a view of bare flesh and white bones. The beard was curly and wild, and maggots moved around in the tangled mesh, oozing and festering, a doughy liquid that was dripping down on the stone floor. The man's cheeks were hollow, and his lacerated lips were opened in a twisted way that gave the impression of a tormented smile. His teeth were rotten and his tongue grey. But none of this was the reason for the blood-curdling, panic-fueled cry that escaped my throat. It were the eyes. Or rather, it was the place where the eyes should be on a healthy, living person. but there were no eyes. Weak and pale like shrouds, the lids, devoid of any sense, hanging over gaping black sockets. Contradicting any logic, they seemed to stare at me, whispering, rotten and dead. The same festering liquid in the man's beard trickled down the brows and disappeared in the empty eye sockets. No! No words can describe the terror that filled me when I looked at that deformed creature. In panic, I hit the withered copy of myself, but only loosened the body so it fell right toward me. I felt how the repellent, festering corpse water from the beard touched my lips, while a handful of maggots landed on my shoulder. For a short moment, I was petrified. I held myself in my arms, like a twin, his own deceased brother. But this was no twin. The maggots tried to move up my neck. I pushed the corpse away with a shrill cry, wiped away the maggots, and fled from the ruin. Meanwhile, night had fallen, and the full moon stood cold, white, and moving in the sky. The veil of mist which had formed inside the ruin faded as soon as I came outside and let myself drop to the ground, crying and breathing heavily. I am dead, flashed through my mind again and again. Dead! I uttered a panicky scream, a pitiful effort to banish the madness from my mind. The terror remained. It was omnipresent, and I felt bitter tears making their way through my eyes. What by the righteous path does it mean? What kind of nightmare am I trapped in? Some might ask why I did not end the vision with the well-known physical stimulus by pinching myself. Even more so because I was fully aware of the unreality of what was happening. The answer is, I was unable to do it, and I knew it. What I went through was not one of the usual nightly phantasms that occasionally haunt us in the quiet hours. Something that I later began to understand at least a little wanted to show me something, and I was unable to escape the truth. As little as man can escape the sands of time. As I turned my gaze from the floor and started to crouch toward the stone arch in the forest, weeping helplessly, I saw her again. The veiled woman. She stood above me and stared down at me almost with sympathy. At least I assumed so, because despite the angle of my view, I was unable to recognize anything about her cheeks, but the unnatural shadow of her hood. What are you? I brought forth in a weak voice. What by the Black Guardian's name are you? A demon? An angel of death? It sounded pathetic, like the lament of a desperate child. You ask me what I am, she answered, again an echo of my own pitiful words. And you assume I am a black angel of your God, come upon you to punish you, but... The touch of maternal tenderness accompanied her rough voice. Ye ask the wrong question, Jael. Who I am is not of importance. I stared at her in confusion, unable to react to her enigmatic answer. I remained on the ground for a while, motionless, breathing frantically and panicky, looking at the veiled woman. After what I felt was an eternity, I asked the question that needed to be asked. And what? What is the right question? Briefly, I saw what seemed to be a sad smile caress her red lips. You inquire from me what only you can answer, she said, and began to move towards the stone arch. I wish to give you some advice. She halted, looking like an unreal shape in the silver of the moonlit night. Advice on how you can avoid the death of your soul. There was a moment of silence. End your false life and follow the fire. Then the vision broke apart. Well, golly, I'm gonna need a drink after that. Holy goodness. How we doing, chat? That was a story. Was a long one.
Now a good pipe.
What?
Blazes. Sorry. I know. I can't sing.
The heat over here is finally cooling down. It's good. So let's go back to where we were, which was back this way. We were over here. So we'll go over there. We'll just make sure that everything's explored. Now, if Krulfang is still in the chat, there is a content warning here. When we go into this house, I do need to warn you about what we might find inside. There's a certain thing that Krulfang really does not like. It's no longer here? Okay. Elementarism. I just figured he frequently talks about not liking these particular creatures, being a little scared. So I figured best to let him know if he is still here. But he is not, so... We're gonna just quickly have a quick look around. See what we can find here. Ah, that's where we came down, so we don't need to look there. Berries. Just gonna like have a look along the coastline here, see if there's anything of interest before we cross back over. I literally can't remember, but our character likes to not fully explore absolutely everything, but, you know. Whoa. At the very least, you know, just like... catch most things, you know? We are an access gamer and we like to loot so that we have money. Yeah, what fire does to a skeleton, I am not sure. But, you know, the game says that it hurts it, so I'm happy with that. Ooh, what's this? Blue quartz. Nice. Ooh, more blue quartz. That's worth quite a lot of money. That's pretty good. Oh, more blue quartz. Fantastic. More blue quartz. We're making a lot of money right here. A lot of money. Excellent. We like that. Okay. Yeah, so when we go into that house, we will experience the thing that I said. Alright. I think that that's everything. We've been down here, we came this way. So I think it's time to go into the next little bit. And I think what we want to do is use a different spell. That one, because we need to absorb some health. Gonna be rich. How about rich? Alright, so we're gonna quickly save because, you know, we are not quite full health. Right, so I'm going to try and stay hidden if we can. If I remember, use traps and oil puddles to damage enemies. So there's enemies up there. Yep. Alright. Aldrich root and Vin root. Make some ambrosia. So you can see why I gave that warning. You now understand. Fang is not a fan of them particular baddies. Does not appreciate them. So, we need to step back a little bit. Okay, got some spider eggs. Okay, so chat. Looking around us, right? We're in the end of a house. And there's a random chain on the wall. Wonder what that might be. Ah. It's a secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Psychosis. We've got our second magic symbol. Got some more coins. Now it's closed. Alright, so we'll sleep for an hour, get our health back. No longer need to stealth. We managed to surprise said Spideys. Alright, I think we're good. Okay. So there's some herbs, some spare parts, some tools. We like tools. And there's an alchemy bench here. That we can make ingredients on. Now, we have some boots now. So that's 11, that is 7. So this is actually more armor as well than those. We've got iron boots, which is 10. That's more than that. We've got a hat. It's fine. 12 and 23. I think we've got now the best. We've also got a shield here, which is good. Okay. Awesome. We've also got a war axe instead of a sword. It's more damage. And we've got a longbow instead of our brittle longbow. So we can change that up. It's good, it's good. So now when we press this, we can go 1 and 2. Get some better damage. And what we should also do is... So the shield is equipped as well, so that's good. Okay. So, alchemy. Let's have a look. So this is our alchemy menu. And we can see that we don't know a lot of these things. Okay? So we don't know what these things do. One of the things that you can do is guess, or you can try them outside of this menu as ingredients, and you will learn a property of them. So there's that. We're not going to be doing alchemy today. What time is it and how long have we been going? We've been going 3 hours 20. We're just going to take some things here. Who is this rogue? I am definitely in disguise. You're very sneaky. We are doing some Access gaming today, DMNex. I've been talking about this for so long, wanting to get back to the games that I haven't finished to to try and finish them for one, and to also play them in a style that, you know, you and I are very fond of. Getting access to stuff. Getting access to stuff.
Oh, blazes. Sorry. I know. I can't sing.
Alright, so now that we've done that, let's go and meditate. So we're back here in our little meditation area. And what we're going to do is we're going to get this next point, which allows bows to do extra damage. And we don't have any more points, so next time we get points, we will now find it easier to pick locks, and our armor rating is going to be increased when we have a bow equipped as well. So we're going to be getting that next, but now our bows do more damage, which means that it's a little bit easier. Yeah, I decided to have a little bit of a different overlay for these, like, more immersive, like, role-playing games. So, hopefully that's to your liking.
Huh?
You said your job is recovering lost things. Does that mean you're some kind of treasure hunter?
Treasure hunter? That has a nice ring to it. But, But let's just say I help people to fulfill certain materialistic desires of theirs. Just like the Holy Warden who brings back the lost shoe to the maiden. Only the maiden pays me to do it. And I have a more flexible conscience, so to speak.
The mysterious sellsword. I like that.
You do? That's good. But let's save the socializing for later, okay? Usually I am always in for a good talk, but for now let's focus on the mission.
You said your name is Jasper Matumiel Dalvarek. Isn't Dal a title of nobility here in Enderal?
Well observed. Yes, I am indeed sublime by my path, but please, just ignore that, will you? I'm not a big fan of titles. Most of the time, they're just a means for boring people to feel superior towards others.
Okay.
Keep your chin up.
So, we have now pretty much explored this general area. And we can see off in the distance, the beauty of these games, these types of games, is that you can look, off into the distance and see stuff and be like, ooh.
Now a good pipe.
Just responding to this. An imposter. Yeah, I'm definitely an imposter. I don't have the proper hat. Let's go see what's what. Okay, so we've rested. We've harvested ingredients. We're on a path. Let's have a look at our journal now. So we've got Strange Horizons, which is about gathering knowledge. We don't care about training that. We've got finding a way to reduce our fever. We will track that. And we need to track the void. So where we're at is after I encountered the two apothecary last night, I saw some sort of vision. The moment this premonition was over, I heard the two apothecary speaking about the same exact things I heard in the vision. Then bandits attacked the dam and killed them. I owe my life to a mercenary called Jasper Delveric. He informed me that this dam fever is caused by my sudden talent in magic and offered to help me by introducing me to his employers who can heal it. In turn, I've to help him to bring light to a Magister's rampage. So we have to find the Strongbooks which Yero threw into the sea. We have to talk with Yero's childhood friend, and we have already spoken with Jasper. So on our map, if we go to the world map, we can see, oops, we don't want that. Remove. So we are here. Remember, we had a Fogville reference earlier, so we could go and check that out. We have our quest, which is down here and over here. So this will be Riverville, and this is the house. And we've got this long road that we can follow to get there. And there's probably going to be stuff along the road. So that is what the situation is. That's where we're at. Oh, let's start. So obviously in a game like this, there's a lot of exploration. Sometimes when you explore, you find stuff that you can't handle. From here, if you look down, we can see that there's a little fort down there. We could go and explore that. There's looks like a wrecked ship down here that we could go and explore. So a few things that we can go and explore. And really, like, games like this, including this game, it's all about, like, what do you feel like doing? Where do you want to go next? What do you want to risk? Ooh, we've got a goat. Let's see if we can shoot the goat. It ran off. Yeah, not a good enough shot yet to get that in a single hit. It's okay. We've got heaps of arrows now. As I was saying before, part of the story of this character is as an archer, so we have to suspend disbelief a little bit that he can't kill a goat in one shot. Just at the moment, anyway. So I am not good at the game. It's not my character's fault that I am not good at the game. Okay, so we have some fish that we could go and catch. We should probably do that. Which is good. Looks like there's a fire over there. Let's equip these things. Go check that fire out. Oh, we got some more lockpicks out of that. It's good, it's good, it's good. Okay. Ooh, there's a bandit. Oh yeah! Ah! that was like, come on, yeah! The zoom in for a miss was hilarious. That's kind of funny. Zoom in for a miss. Damn game. Okay. Sounds like we're in combat. Can't see with what though. Okay. Oh, we leveled up. All right. Health or stamina, chat? Probably still want to, like, be health at this point. I think. We'll do health for a few levels and then change over to stamina so that we're getting a little bit of both, but at the moment, when things hit us, it's a bit owie, so a little bit more health will help. Okay, so more smoke over there. Probably means that there's baddies. We are trying to stealth. See the baddies? See a camp of baddies.
Now look at that. A lonesome traveler. Some folks just never learn.
Go. Nice. We're not a bad like shot. We're not a great shot either. So why was she up here, do we think? Think there's a reason? Does she just like the high ground? Or is there something back here? There's something back here! Alright, so now we have the lockpicking minigame. We love the lockpicking minigame. Only got so many lockpicks. There we go. Got it. Ring of the Tracker. Cool. Take some of these as well. Good, good, good. Let's go back down. So, now we have a ring that we can equip. And it is sneak is better. Okay, sneak is better. Cool, cool, cool. Onwards. So we found some stuff. Now, chat. We've got a little bit longer. Do we want to check out the ruined boat? Do we want to check out these ruins over there? Or do we want to go for our main quest and ignore all of that? The choice is yours at this point. We have a ruin, we have a boat that's over there. We don't know what's there. We have a fortress, which could be defended, probably is. Or we go south along the coast to try and get to our quest. Quests, plural. What do you think, chat? The ruins. Alright, ruins it is. See what we can find along the way. Something can see us. We see it. The answer to that is no. Oh, spiders. Sorry, Crowfang, if you're there. Whoa, there's a lot of spiders. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Alright, so this is our first death. We should have a death counter, shouldn't we? Yes. Good old dying. Alright, so... Oh, now we see the spiders a lot clearer than they were. Okay. So, this is our first death. Congratulations. Let's favorite that. And let's put the health potions on 5. That way we might survive. And let's take a shot at some of these spiders from a distance. Oh, that poison is nasty. Where did the other one go? Slightly disconcerting. Where did you go? Yeah. That went better. Okay. Oof. Okay, our Arcane Fever is quite bad. Wait. Oh, so I'll have that at 5 and that at 6. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. So yes, when we get caught by surprise, we're a lot worse off. When we can take a few shots before they get to us, we're a little bit better off. So we are making our way towards that ruin. We're just doing it this way for the moment. Looks like there's something over there too. This is the thing with these games. They're so big. There's always like something. Whoa. That's woof. That's multiple wolves. Probably gonna die here again. Oh. Yikes. Yikes. Okay, so the ruins are there. Looks like we have an ore vein. Some things to harvest. So what we can do is we can eat something. What's this do? 2 magic damage for 8 seconds to humans and creatures. If you hit the target 3 times, reduces... I don't think that that's great. We've got some baked potato here. It's pretty good. Let's go. Man, baked potato is amazing. Look at that health go up. Oh. Oh. What's going on? Something's not working. It won't let me move. Okay. Might have to quick load then. Don't know when we... I was just back there. It's fine. It won't let us move. Let's eat the baked potato again. That was really good. Let's try one more time to mine this ore. Sometimes, you know, things happen. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. We're good. So... we'll explore along here. Well, looks like something's bad that way. Toasty crab. Okay. Toasty crab. Get small fish. Oh, someone's asleep or dead. Which one are you? Asleep.
No. No. You will not take her away with you. You will not have her. Elfried stays with me. And drop the disguise already. I know a god of death when I see one.
God of death?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I had a nightmare. Anyway, who are you? I wasn't expecting to meet anyone else out here. Save for the bandits, that is.
I'm sorry. What do you do out here? Don't look like the adventurous type.
No, I'm not. This ruin over there. You know, I'm a merchant, and my specialties are all kinds of things with historical background. The things you usually find in ruins. Of course, I'm usually not stupid enough to go looking for them myself, But there was this traveler from Ark who told me about this place, the Three River Watch, and he said that it's hardly guarded. Well, since I was in the area anyway, I thought it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Great idea, really. Look, I know we just met, but truth be told, I really got myself into some trouble here, and you look as if you know how to defend yourself. Something terrible happened, and I simply don't know what to do anymore.
Let me guess. It has something to do with this Elfriede?
Yes, my Elfriede. She was kidnapped. By the stars, I was so stupid. We were just about to make camp for the night, and I went to search for some firewood. And then, just like that, she's gone.
I see. Any idea who took her? The bandits,
No,
maybe?
a Vatir. I heard him grunting, you know? He lives in that damned ruin. I tried to sneak in, but it's impossible. And I can't go back to Riverville for help either. That would take way too long. Please, you have to help me. If anything happens to Elfriede, I would never forgive myself.
So, you're asking me to fight a Vatir. That's tough. What's in it for me?
I'm sure I have something that's useful to you. But please, let's talk about that once you've saved her. Every second we waste puts her in danger.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, by the ancient fathers, thank you, and hurry.
You said you had some of your stock with you. Let's trade.
Oh, yes, sure.
Alrighty, so we can get rid of some of our extra stuff. Don't need any of our brittle longbows. We can get rid of 2 of our other longbows. Do we want to keep a sword and a dagger just in case? Sure. Okay. We'll get rid of these. I don't know if we can break this stuff down. Can't remember. I mean, that's a lot of weight. Get rid of some of it. And we'll keep some of it. Okay. King Mead. Mana regeneration. I mean, we'll hold on to that. We don't want psychosis, I don't think, so she can have that. Alright, so she can have these baskets. We definitely don't need those. Any clutter, buckets. All the tools and stuff we can use later on, so we will keep all of that. She's still got a lot of money that we could get use out of. Get rid of some iron gauntlets. You know what? I'm just gonna get rid of these. Maybe it's a bad idea. Maybe we can break these things down later, but at this point, I think we just want to get rid of some stuff. Cool. We got a bit more gold.
Walk blessed and stay safe.
A Vatir. Okay. So we have to go rescue Elfriede, who's been kidnapped. And there's apparently a Vatir in there, whatever a Vatir is. Our character said that that's going to be difficult. He actually said that, not me. Oh my. Okay. Sure. I think we want this to be on 2, right? Something can see us. This could be difficult. We're about to find out. Look, if we die again, that's okay. We'll just keep trying. Do we see anything? Not yet. Alright. Okay. And that looks like an entry. I'll probably stay outside for the moment. See what else we can find. See if there's anything else that we can do. That also looks like an entry, doesn't it? We don't know what's what. Do we think... do we think we want to go into the tower first, or into this big area place? I don't know. I don't know. Well, I guess let's save. See if there's anything bad in here. There's a corpse. Fantastic. We love corpses. Arrows, shield. Alright, shall we go and explore? Psionics. Okay. So far, so good. Okay. Wasn't so bad. Okay. Ooh, golden goblet. Nice. Hello, birdie. Oop. Didn't quite make it. Probably can make it. If I'm not crouching. Where's the sprint? Already running. Is there a sprint button? I thought Skyrim had a sprint. Might not be anything over there. Anyway, let's go and have a look. You can't get up there. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything there anyway. Okay, well, nothing much left for it. That's stealth. Let's... health regeneration. Well, we just saved, so yeah, let's get that. Oh. Yeah, I'm not in a good position. Back against the wall. Okay. I think we can do that. It's alright. We can do that. Alright, so... let's equip better arrows for this section. And let's equip our shield. And then let's... so it's in that section. I don't know how this, like, poison works. I have no idea. Where's the door? Jeez. Oh, he's stuck? Can we just shoot? No. Okay, we do need to heal. Let's drink that. I think we got it. Yeah. Yeah, take that. Alright, well, that was a bit nasty. We killed it.
Oh, by the gods! Over here, precious! Over here!
What the? hell is that?
Now. Mommy is back. Yes, it's all right. I don't even know how to thank you. 1 second later in that thing, I don't even want to think about it. Here, take this. It's a rare herb, and I hope it's compensation enough for your efforts. At least partially. If you need anything else, just come talk to me. Now that that beast is gone, I might as well take a look at the area. Good, thanks. I think I'll stay here for another day or two. The traveler was right. This place really is a gold mine.
Alright.
Walk blessed and stay
Cool.
safe.
That wasn't terrifying at all. Don't mind if I, like, pick through the tower that you wanted to explore, do you? No? No? You're perfectly fine with me looting it? Cool. Thanks. You can have whatever's left, okay? About whisper trees. Before we read this, I'm gonna be right back. Oh. About whisper trees. Presumably, only a few travellers of nature lovers won't have noticed the whispers of the wind in the area of Enderal's sun coast. If one pauses for a moment and listens to the chimes of wind, one will catch the feeling of not being alone in the scenery. Superstitious people believe in a legend that the whispering sound, which sounds so different from the gloomy breath of the whisperwood, and has its roots in its own tale of the voice of a path-abiding young woman who gave her life at the Sun Coast for the cure of her fellow men. Grandfather, we are bored. Can't you tell us one of your stories again?" asked the two little children, as they came excitedly into the house. Grandfather, who sat in front of the lit fireplace, turned around and gave them a smile. "Gladly. Which story do you want to hear today?" he asked, and pointed beside him. "Sit down beside me." "The story about the whispering trees at the Sun Coast," said one of the children, while they settled with their grandfather. "You are talking about the voice of Lariel, aren't you?" He paused for a short moment to gather his thoughts, and then continued, "This is a tale which is already a few centuries old, and which my grandfather told me, like I tell it to you now, today. We live here at the coast unburdened and secure, but it wasn't always like that." He furrowed his brow. "Once a fatal and unknown sickness ruled here. At first, it only befell the animals and caused them to slowly perish. as if the emerging famine wasn't already bad enough. Suddenly, also, the people in the region fell sick. Apothecary came from the surrounding villages to help the people, but even they weren't able to fight off the sickness. Then a young woman named Lariel spoke up, one of the few who wasn't stricken with madness or sickness yet. "Let me pray to Malphus. I was path-abiding my whole life. Maybe I will be able to bring our Lord to merciful mood so that he may help us." Nobody wanted to forbid it, as many had already lost all hope, and so Lariel climbed up a hill in order to pray there alone, in a clearing to Malphus. Day and night she kneeled there and prayed without cease. She even refused to eat and drink. But there was no sign from Malphus, and every day more people died. However, the woman stayed true to her faith and continued to pray. After 10-day breaks and nightfalls, she eventually died of her thirst. Then, Malphus had mercy and spoke to the last survivors. "You were to be judged, since you started to forget your path and became pathless. But the sacrifice and faith of the young Lariel made me show you grace. Let her body lie there and come back tomorrow to this clearing where she prayed to me. There you shall find a small tree and a herb growing on this tree. Give this herb to your sick, and they shall be healthy again, and that you never again forget your path and my mercy." The next day the people returned to the clearing and really found a young tree in the same place where Lariel had been praying, but no trace of her body. There they realized that Lariel became the tree. As they got closer to harvest the herb Malphus spoke about, they heard a hushed whisper that seemed to come from the tree and was similar to Lariel's voice. The apothecary were able to turn the herb and other ingredients which had no effect before into a potion to successfully heal the sick. Therefore they called the tree Lariel and the herb which grew on it Whisperweed. And this is already the end of my tale, and now off to bed you go. "It is quite late," said the grandfather, as he noticed the sun setting behind the horizon. "I can tell you another story tomorrow," he added, as he looked into the children's sad faces. "Hooray!" both shouted at the top of their lungs, and this is all I could read out of the old and tattered book I found at the Loiterer. It seems that it used to be a collection of old legends and tales. If this is the fact, then the validity of this story is to be doubted. However, fact is, there really was a plague at the Sun Coast several hundreds of years ago, which caused many people to die. It's also fact that this plague vanished as suddenly as it appeared. What remains the question, what happened to the tree? The soft, wind-like whispering can be heard today when one waits long enough and listens everywhere between the trees of the Sun Coast. It can't be linked to one single tree, and the clearing with the original tree itself, where the young Lariel sacrificed her life, can't be found anywhere. Even if there were times where the harvest of the Whisperweed filled wagon loads, today it is very hard to find, just as fleeting and vagrant as the sound of the whispering itself moving between the trees. It seems that the mysterious herb grows and decays in our times so fast that only selected apothecary and traders are able to harvest it. And the secret to the time and place of the harvest they are keeping under lock and key. But even the adepted aren't able to recreate the healing effect from which was once the gift of Malphus to the suffering people, no matter what ingredients they use. So, dear reader, if you are truly interested into the secrets of the herb, you have to search for the Whisperweed yourself, even if you, like so many people before you, will most likely only be able to get what you want for large amounts of coin from the knowledge of insiders. Ooh. Very good. Absorption. The Life of Torgon Whispertongue. Chapter 3, The Abyss. What being pathless entails cannot be known by those who have never experienced it for themselves. Contrary to expectations, you don't feel the joy of being freed from your chains as one might have assumed in my case. It means fear. It means a constant dread. It means a feeling of forsakenness which can be eased neither by love nor friendship. Nobody can survive pathless, and if someone claims the opposite, they are the biggest liar in all of Vin. My mother died of her illness, and I lost Maressa, as I used most of my time to consume Droge. No sane woman loves such a man who is lost in those. Due to my addiction, the taxman took my parents' house into their custody. My money ran through my hands like sand, without any means of payment. There was no place for me in the upper city anymore. The Blood Moon Lodge slowly perished due to its ideals. Its members shared my fate. In becoming pathless, they had lost their meaning in life. Quindros Aslodar and some of the remaining members ventured into recklessness, painting curses onto the temple's walls, and were hung for it. The muck of Leorin soon stuck to the soles of my shoes as an unremovable companion. Stench and rot plagued my body. My teeth became brittle and the skin peeled off my bones. I drowned my worries and hopelessness in alcohol. The final remnants of my self-esteem dwindled. The urge to leave my path had spelled my ruin. Now I suddenly realized that the restrictions of the path were nothing in comparison to the restrictions of utter freedom. The latter was vastly more overwhelming, even though you won't be able to understand it, as you have never felt the same freedom as I have. Bare, merciless freedom can't be tamed, especially if you are the same weakling as I was and am. If I would have at least had a path, a firm purpose which I could have adhered to, this avalanche of mischief most likely would have never been set off. There aren't many happy memories remaining from that time. My daily routine while being pathless was waking up, taking Droge so I could while away the day, eating any rubbish I could find from the undercity streets and boozing in the evening so that I could sleep. All semblance of organization disappeared from my life. Malthus's pointing and reprimanding hand didn't watch over me anymore. In the undercity one can't distinguish between night and day, and there is neither sun nor fresh wind. Hence I couldn't say which month or time of day it was as I walked around without rest or aim, as I often did. I was struggling along, holding onto the walls of houses so I didn't keel over. A band of muggers, no rare phenomena, caught sight of this easy prey and seized their chance. They beat the living daylights out of me, only to realize that all they could take off me was a pouch of glimmer-capped dust. Guffawing, they left me lying in a muddy puddle, wounded and bleeding. My limbs hurt, but I managed to crawl forward. Near me a bard was belting out the song of the Pathless Wanderer. Scraps of the song accompanied me as I went crawling through the mud. I dragged myself into an old masonry which had been forsaken long ago, and was a hidden entrance to Undercity's catacombs. Rats were gnawing at my body. Then I saw it in front of me clearly, a pitch-black figure without any discernible facial features. It was slim and had wiry limbs. Dark, smouldering clouds of smoke were flowing around its feet, obscuring them. Death had visited me in the form of the Black Guardian. I was closer to the sunfire than ever before. It just stood there, staring at me, until I reached out of its hands, one of its hands. It was waiting till the last breath of life would leave my body. It was certainly enticing to agree to its offer of ending this tragedy, but the last spark of will within me clung to my sorry life in this world. The Black Guardian had to go away empty-handed, and I continued on with my horrible destiny, knowing full well that I had merely delayed the hour of my final judgment. Be greeted, Samuel. Don't be concerned, you surely haven't been deported to the Three River Watch. The watch has lost its meaning to protect the transport of gems from the abandoned mine in the valley, so remaining guard will be sufficient. Anyway, I can understand that it's boring and lonely to keep watch at the remote spot of Enderal. However, I'm sure that they will send someone to support you in a few weeks. Meanwhile, just hang on. Tea. Yep, that didn't end well for him at all, did it? Okay, so we've explored here. We've got upstairs to explore. Oh, we ain't ready for that. Whoa. 5? Yeah. Okay. You go through it. It's a bit rough. Whew. Maybe we need to stealth. Oh, it looks like that's a place of power. We've read about whisper trees before. There is a book over there. We kind of need a little bit of health, don't we? Let's have a pumpkin. We definitely don't want to sleep there. Alright, nothing up here. Fair enough. Our fever got worse, which is great. We love that. Staff of Mage Light. Awesome. That'd be good. Alright. Looks like we are ready to go. Just didn't drop anything interesting. We looked through there already. Alright. Cool, cool. Well, we did the thing.
Oh, hello.
See if you're willing to
yes,
buy
sure.
more of my stuff. Which I totally didn't like just loot from the place. Totally didn't. Well, we've already got that one. We'll keep these books. We'll keep the spell ward. We'll get rid of one of those. Nothing there. Iron sword. Nice. Cool.
Walk blessed and stay safe.
Yeah, you too. Cool. Well, that was the tower. We did it. We did it. We did it. Cool. Onwards then, I guess. Onwards and upwards. Up here. Nope. Nothing. Oh. Skellington over there. Protection from shock. That's pretty good. I like it. That's wolves. We hear wolves. We don't see wolves. Probably up here. From which direction do they come? That's one. That ain't good. Oh. Eesh. Okay. Right. Let's do this one. Jeez. This game is a bit tough. Alright, so... Any more? Okay. So we are up here now. Don't know what that means for us, but we've got a place over there that we could go and visit. There's more caps, which we will definitely take. Okay. Don't know whether we want to go down that way just at the moment. The road is the other direction. Road is down that way. Shall we follow the road? I think we should follow the road. More wolves. Man. Righto. Wolves it is. Wolves are running away? Oh, it's because they can't get to me. Now they can get to me. Might not be the greatest idea, but water? I mean, okay. Bunny! He just ran into the water? I mean, I'm okay with this. It means that I can, like, actually do stuff. Where's the last one? Is it over there? Nope. There it is. Jeez. Whoa! Woo! Gee. Ow! Righto, game. Yep. Righto. Yikes. Oh, is that a Ven route? Sure is. We go and get that. Definitely go and get that. Nice. Okay. We're heading that way to get to the road. Do we think that these people are going to be friendly or not? Let's actually have some of this as well. Increase our mana regeneration. Let's save before we go too far. See what they have to say. They are not going to be friendly. Okay. Sweet.
Some folks just never learn.
Alright, well we know that now. I think we then heal up a little bit more. And then attack from a distance is the plan. So we want to... have some of this. And we will get some more of that. Alright, so... Good shot.
You fucking scum! You'll pay for that!
Oof.
What? That's all you got?
Yeah, I need help. I need help. Okay, that one. Need to also grab our shield. This is gonna end well. Oh, jeez. Ooh.
That's all you got?
Yeah, that's all I've got. Jeez. Right. Well. Goodbye. You know what I mean? I'm really not very good at these sorts of games. Thou art my light, my glimmer at the horizon. Thy name is my sacrament. Thy path I will honor in life as in death. It's nice. Alright, search the barrel. Cheese. Iron Warhammer. Alchemy. Nice, nice. We like that. Cool. So where are we now? We are facing that way. So that's the ruin. There's some more wolves over there. Holy goodness. The place that we haven't been just there. Okay. Well, I think we go and equip the other arrows again. And I think maybe a good place to finish for today would be finding the strongbox. That way, like, we know that we've done a thing. But that, like, there's always going to be stuff to explore is one of the issues here. Okay. Seriously? Seriously, guy. Ooh. Man. This game is so hard. This is on the easiest difficulty. Easiest difficulty. got a finishing blow there, so that's nice. Oof. Is that a farm? That's a farm. Maybe we go check it out. Because we can get food and stuff. Alright, what we're going to do, we'll do this bit. We'll see what's in here. And then we'll call it. For today. Old farmhouse. Cool. Alright, anything much in the old farmhouse? Ah! Yes, there is. Jeez. Alright, jeez. Yikes. Okay. Oh boy. Got a small backpack recipe. Got a tanning rack. What can we do with the tanning rack? We can break down the leather helmet. We can make a smoking pipe. We can make the strips. Make leather. That's good. Cool. Cool. Oh, and we can make a small backpack. Fantastic. That's really good. So, small backpack. Where did that go? Increases carrying capacity. Nice. We like that. Iron sword. Leather boots. Scribbled parchment. Animals are evil. They hate Mummy and Daddy. Butcher of Ark. Okay. I guess we're reading this. They call me the Butcher. It hurts to write these words, so I am aware of their truth. What else should a man be called whose trail is marked by dozens of corpses? Corpses which are not mute witnesses of a battle or an accident. No, corpses which are solely the result of my own doing. Men, women, elders, children, priests, merchants, travelers, and whores. My murders seem to follow an inscrutable pattern whose arbitrariness will put an icy veil over everyone's heart. Of course, this will not be what heralds will proclaim. For them and the Holy Order, I will be no less than a monstrosity. Pathless demon who's being led astray by his own mundane cravings. They will call me an evil man. Boast with a heart black as midnight. I think we did this anyway. It's okay. I think we already read that out in a different accent. We definitely need to sleep. Yes. Thank you. Whew. Okay. Good. New lockpick. Okay. So, we have... We have stuffs. Cool. That's more wolves. Wow. Wow. Jeez. Wow. Wow. Okay. Cool. I think we just leave it there. Oh boy. Wolves. Yeah. Alright. Well, it's been a session, that's for sure. So, we made it from the old dam lookout to the old farmhouse. We are on our way to this quest down here. And then from there to Riverville. We now know that we can break down leather, so we won't sell any more of that. It's been interesting. We are level 3. Hope that has been enjoyable for y'all. That has been Enderal, and we are going to be trying to finish Enderal. It's going to take a very, 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 very long time. But we are on our way, and it's good to be doing a different playthrough with some stealth and some archery. And hopefully that will help us. We will see. Yeah, so my name's been Matt in a Hat. We are going to see who is out and about in the great land of Twitch. Let's see who is about. Pyraz is about. We haven't raided Pyraz for a while. So, let's go do that. Let's go give them a raid. Oop. As per always, please give them a follow. Share the love. But it's been wonderful to have you all here. Hope you had a good time. Please look after yourselves. Be kind to one another. And from me, Matt in a Hat, we'll catch you on the flip side. Bye for now.